Good morning, everybody. Mm-hmm. That's the purple one, Lee. The one that we're talking about is the aqua one. The brim of the hat is aqua. I have that one. That's what I was wearing yesterday. Thank you for looking, though. Morning, Mr. Sleep. Right, I have that one. This part right here is aqua. If I can find it. Yeah, you can't find any information on it anywhere. I have two of them. And they're both kind of destroyed. It should be. Yeah, the hats like aren't even listed on like the Ray's official shop. It might be. We did not. It was decided against leaving the house for any reason whatsoever. So we just chilled. This is what it looks like, Lee. Yeah, I like this app. I miss it. All right. How big is this hard drive in here? Hey, this is Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. Yeah, that computer needs a new hard drive, and the total cost for the repair would be $375. Yeah. 530. Okay. Yeah, because I have to order the parts for it. So, alrighty. Yep. Have a good one. Bye. I think today is going to be a call all the customers that haven't picked up their computer day. Can you print out the paperwork for number 52, please? Just check it to make sure that it is $35. Good morning. Good. We're about to start working on this computer that's overheating. I'm also just downloading a bunch of new songs. We got to do some buckets today. Everyone's favorite thing. That tab up. So like this side, you can see how we actually have a buildup of access to the compressed air, or having water inside. You rip one of these cables, yeah, and not worse of a situation. All right, so once you're past that rear plate, we're going to start unplugging stuff. Separator on it to make sure you're not shut out. Intermediate, having water. All right, so once you're past that rear plate, we're going to start unplugging stuff very gently, because you rip one of these cables off of the motherboard, you are in a lot worse of a situation. So we're going to 3 more screws on this. Yeah, sure. That'd be a solid processor for that. We got 3 screws on the fan. Then we're gonna grab and take this thing, air on the bottom. So we're gonna take that screw out. This single black screw that's up at the top next to the single green screw, that is for the vibration damper for the Blu-ray drive. So we're gonna take that screw out. And then we're going to remove this, which is the other part of the vibration damper. You can use your little pry tool, just gently lift it up, gently lift it up. When you go to put this thing back in, you got to be accurate about it. Cage. You never want to move. 3, and you will need to remove. We need to gently remove this SATA cable. Make sure when you do this, you are being as vertical with this as possible. You never need to underneath that and lift straight up. All right, we got dust on there. We'll get that dusted. We're gonna lay this flat. You're gonna come in here. This connector is a lift clip. So you just wanna get under it and you can see it. We're gonna lay this flat. And I'm gonna get a camera in here for you guys to see. So this is part 2 of needing those little tweezers. What you're gonna do is you're gonna come in here. This connector, here, what's gonna happen is that little piece of tape they're using to hold this together is gonna separate, and then you're never gonna be able to pull this thing out again. This other one is a little bit different. You see the shiny metal reflective plate? We're gonna push down on that, and then when we're doing that, we're going to pull the cable directly back. I need both of my hands to do this so you guys don't get to see, but to make sure that we don't get stuck here again, we're nice and straight up. We're going to grab from this little support right here, and we're gonna grab right here. We're gonna lift straight up, straight out, and now you have access to dusting out the entirety of this. You can build up and build up. So we just need to dusting this out. Now this is where you can see where I said this is fully passed through. You're not having to disconnect anything here. You're not having to break down the rest of this anymore, but it gives you access to all of the places where typically dust ends up building up. So non-video, make sure you get the reflective bristles, and more about my service. Places. Hey, what's going on? How you doing today? This is Chris. Hey, what's up? Mm-hmm. The camera should have a microphone built into it. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of the little ones lower gets. You just plug it in, yeah. All right, hold on. So that's plugged in, that's working. And then yeah, it's working. So yeah. What is it? What's on the screen currently? Yep. Yep. Excuse me. and then extend. Okay. It should. Is it on right now though, or is it still that blue screen? Okay, you might need to disconnect and reconnect. It is wireless. I mean, the button that says disconnect that's on your screen. Bottom right corner of that window. Yeah. And then click on the, I believe it's the top one that ends with C. And just click on that again and it'll, yeah. All right. Yeah, sometimes you have to do that with that thing. It should be on the one that was just up there. The one that had that blue screen. All right. Yeah, every once in a while you need to do that. Yeah, that's all the monitor has. All right. Yep. Yep, bye. and white French outfit. For example, only if your name is Nathan and you live in the state of Arkansas. Earlier I mentioned something about a compressor. What if I don't have a compressor? Would a can of compressed air? Earlier I mentioned something about a compressor. What if I don't have a compressor? Would a can of compressed air be sufficient? Absolutely, yes. Air compressors or canned air? No. I mean, it might, but I've only ever known there to be like one truly. Okay, so let's talk about expert. If you are a driver, stairs be sufficient? Absolutely, yes. Okay, so let's talk about expert. If you are comfortable taking electronics apart, if you're not scared of breaking your $600, actually $800 now console, you're free to continue on from this point. We're gonna go back to needing our screwdriver, and we'll talk about how to break this thing down a little bit more now. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna remove this strap. The way this strap is on here, you pull it from one side and then you slowly unwrap it. Because this, for the advanced, we're leaning more towards repasting, where you have an old console or a console that's been used heavily for a long time. You're gonna wanna repaste the console to get some of the thermal contact between the die and the actual CPU cooler back in there. So first off, the first thing we're gonna remove is this little daughter board. This is one of the Wi-Fi boards that's on here. I do believe this one here is for the controllers and the other one is for the Wi-Fi. So let's start. We got 3 of these screws on here. Let's get these out of here. And then we're gonna set this board off to the side. To tray. And then we lift with this, you're gonna lift straight up. So straight up like that. You can see the connector on the back, just be careful with it. Set that off to the side. Next, we're going to disconnect this plug. So we got 3 screws on there. And then what I highly recommend doing, and you'll kind of see this on my bench, I have a system of organization where I start on my right and I work to the left. This is the outermost to the innermost. So by the time we're done, each one of these little pockets is gonna have the individual screws for whatever component I need to put back on next. And this is where we start getting into some very long boy screws. So you need to make sure you don't try and put the long screws where they don't belong. No matter how much the console says, yes, you can put that there, do not do that. All right, let's get back in here. So next, after we have this done, this black bar lifts up. We're gonna get a nice little thumb underneath there. It takes way more effort than you think it does, and you'll hear a nice satisfying click, and now we're open. Now you can just lift this up, go under, over, and that's out of there. It is permanently attached to this. Do not try and take that off of there. You'll have a bad time. But we needed to get that cable out because there are screws around the outside we need to take. Cue the M&M. So next we're going to remove these cables. You're going to firmly grip, lift straight up, set that off to the side. Same thing, firmly grip, lift straight up, set that off to the side. Next, we're going to go about removing this plate. First thing we're going to do is remove this one right here. And the reason we do that is because this, if you were, let's say you're replacing the power supply in this, unless you remove this metal plate with this screw, you cannot remove the power supply. Now we're ready to remove this plate and then move on to this. So let's start over here. We're going to go clockwise. One. I highly recommend taking photos along this process if you haven't done this 1,000 times, because you'll very quickly start getting confused on where screws go. Some of them are obvious, some of them are not. And the reason some of them are not is because on top of having these little black screws, you're randomly going to have 1 or 2 silver screws, and you don't want to have those go into the wrong place. The thread pitch is correct, but the depth of the screw is not. Like that. I use an electric screwdriver just because I'm trying to prevent my old body from getting carpal tunnel. But for you, you can use any kind of screwdriver that has the correct attachment, should work. No problem. All right, and then lastly, there's that one random silver screw that I was talking about right in the center. Now we can just lift this up, move that out of the way, and we have access to more of the internals. So we're not going to touch anything on this side now. We're going to remove the power supply. So let's get over here. Let's remove our 4 screws on the power supply. We have 1 long boy. Two long boys. We have 1 tiny little black screw. Oh, the other thing that I would say is a magnetic screwdriver bit is always useful. If you have regular non-magnetic screwdrivers, you can get one of these. This is a magnetizer and demagnetizer. You can get these off of Amazon for like $5. You just take whatever tool is not magnetic, run it through the magnetizer side, and then suddenly you can lift screws with it. Very useful, makes taking screws out of tight locations a little bit easier. I will toss a link down in the description. All right, so next we are going to look at removing the power supply in its entirety. We're going to, same kind of clip that was on the external shell for that, lift, get a nice satisfying click. This cable, this is a single. single press on this side. You're just gonna press in, lift straight up, ready to go. And now what we're gonna do is we're going to lift the power supply straight up. See, it's no longer connected. We're gonna rotate it over and around like that, set it down. And then the clip for releasing it from the lower board is right there. Use your thumb, push on the clip, get a good grip, lift straight up. Make sure you're pushing this in. If you try pulling up and nothing moves, stop. Make sure that you're actually actuating this clip, because if you're not, you're going to rip this off the motherboard and you're gonna have a huge problem. Power supply goes over there. Next, we are going to remove daughter board number 2. Now this one's a little bit different, same deal. We're gonna remove 3 screws. 1, 2, 3. Now, unlike the other one where we lifted straight up, this one here is going to slide that direction. So it's going to slide away from the console, just get a nice solid grip, and you will pull it straight away. There is a channel right here, let's zoom in a little bit, that you can see that's cut in the motherboard so that you know exactly where you need to go. So just when you get to the end of it, stop, you can lift straight up, and now you set that off to the side. Next, we're gonna remove the other heat cover. And same deal, this one here is all black screws, nothing to worry about. This is one of those situations where this covering will confuse people so many times the first time you get in here. As you can see, with this metal cover on here, you can't remove almost anything from this. So the Xbox did a very good thing of making sure that you're removing things in the proper order just by putting that one little piece of metal on there, and it's super, super useful. So when we remove this piece of metal, 2 things are gonna come out. And the 2 things that are gonna come out are gonna be this and this, because this is not actually attached to anything. It is almost free floating in there, but not entirely. So let's get this, we got 1 more screw. And this is just like a mental note that I like to make. I like just taking my finger and pushing that down right there so my finger doesn't get caught on it and I rip it off. Actually, I missed 1 screw. Let's get that. All right, now that's up there. Now we're just gonna gently lift off to the side. Now, this one is a little bit different. If you were to just grab this as it was and lift straight up, you're gonna lift the whole motherboard. What you need to do with this guy is you tilt it up a little bit and then you pull that way, just gently, because on the bottom, you'll see there's a little tiny little hook right there that goes underneath the motherboard. And now we put that, this is something that I always have to remind myself to do. You take the last plate that was sitting here, flip it upside down, put it right there. So that when you are ready to put this back on, you have to lift this up and your brain will go, oh yes, that has to go on there first. Good morning. So we'll set that off to the side. Because otherwise you'll start putting this back together, you'll get the whole console back together, and then you'll hold this in your hand. And you'll be like, So like I said, stack them in such a way that you have to interact with one to interact with the other. Next, we're gonna remove this top motherboard. So there are 2 motherboards in this. There is the accessory motherboard, and then there is the APU motherboard down at the bottom. What we're gonna start is this here. We just
nice. New Mexico today, nice and cool.
So this is the updated one. There's a you push in on both sides, and you lift up, just like that. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to do the release on that to get that out of there. The more modern version, actually I think it's the older version now that I think about it, there's just a release button right here. So this one is a little bit different revision of this. Then we're gonna just kind of straighten this cable out, lift up, and that's your daughter board. What's your, excuse me, your accessory motherboard. Typically, there's not much you're gonna need to replace on this if you're ever actually doing repairs, other than these USB ports. And what you'll find is the damage is inside of this. I have never seen one of these ripped off. And the reason for that is because of the way this board was actively designed by Microsoft. When you have everything lined up, it is physically pushing against this giant block of aluminum, and it really doesn't want to move. That's Microsoft did a lot of weird things with this, which we'll get into here in a little bit. But one of the things they did really well was making it so that if you
okay?
You are plugging things in and removing them on a regular basis, you're not really running the risk of damaging the ports. Okay, next we have that off. We're gonna gently make sure we have this kind of straightened and up and out of the way. And now we're gonna remove this giant block of aluminum, which is just gonna lift straight up like that. Now, when you get to here, make sure that the clip that's on this, that we can see, straightens out and passes through gently. And now, this is our first place where we start running into some thermal material. I generally will not replace this unless I have an explicit reason to, mainly because people are not using this connector. And this one here doesn't generate enough heat usually to cause any sort of issues with performance. But if you get in there and it's completely perished and it's completely falling apart, like this right here, we're still in good shape. It's still malleable. It's still slightly sticky to the touch. I think you can personally reuse that. I don't think there's any real need to. This is a very old Xbox, now that I'm looking at this, because they don't do this anymore. You don't need to do it. As long as it is still sticky and malleable, you are fine. It's still moving heat. So next, this, if you're opening a modern one that was made after the year after this console originally came out, you are not going to see this. This is something that only exists on these, and I'm pretty sure when I lift this up, this is going to have the dreaded clip where I have to use an actual pry tool to actually get it off. So one of the things you can do with this to get this metal plate off, because I absolutely hate these things because they're unfinished metal, as you look along the edge of this, see how close I can get, you'll see little dimples. You can see those little dimples. All you want to do is separate the top dimple, which is the dimple that's on this plate, from the plate that goes around it that's holding it in place. And you can see I started doing it in this corner. It's lifted slightly. I'm just going to go around, lift, lift. We just want to work our way all around. And I will, you know what, here, let's toss this under a microscope so you guys get a little bit better view of exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm good. How about you?
Because when you see it, you'll understand what I'm talking about, but otherwise it can just be a little bit confusing. So when we're looking at this, there are two types of dimples on here. We have these guys, which are the ones we're looking to release, and then we have these. These are actually going to an associated dimple on this. These here are just there for pressure. So all I'm gonna do is slowly work my way around, lift straight up, straight up, straight up. That one, straight up. And never take your tool and put it against the motherboard and try and pry. You can just get under, because you'll snap something off real quick. So we're just gonna lift, we're gonna lift, we're gonna lift. You can see it's getting easier and easier, and we're just gonna keep working our way gently along here until we get to the end. Now you can see there's one of those holes I was talking about. When you get to the end, what you can do is you now have an entire side disconnected. You're just gonna rotate. Do the same thing to one more side. And then once you've done that to another side, entirely down the line, you can start releasing the whole thing at once. So let's slide this back out of the way. No need to show you that. I'll just go ahead and actually do it. One of the things I probably do more than anything is complain about these covers, because I don't like them. So one thing you can do is, if you have a plastic spudger or a pry tool, once you lift a corner of this, you can take the flat edge and just kind of wedge it in there so it doesn't seat itself back down. And we're just gonna work our way around. Do not, under any circumstance, pry against these. Do not use these for leverage. If you break one of those, you break the whole console, period. I just want to get some of these up. So one of the cool things you can do with these is you can actually lift all of these on a corner. And then when you have it off, you just fold them back down. And then once you get it back in place, it'll clip into place. Yeah, metal shields are some of the worst to deal with. Nintendo also does use these. Yes, that is correct. But it is majorly, actually, you know who else uses them? Apple. If you ever work on an Apple device, there's a good chance you're gonna run into one of these guys. All right, we need to get, you're gonna get to a point where as you're removing these, it's gonna get easier and easier to lift. And we just need to make sure we are all the way up for the lift. Where is my...
How many times would you like me to say hi?
I set my... I'm looking for one more tool that I was using earlier that I now apparently have lost. Oh, there it is. This is just more tedious than difficult. Because what you'll find is like some of these are, they're just very eager to come off. And then other ones, they do not want to move whatsoever. And just take your time with this. You're not in any sort of rush with this. And then Microsoft, in their infinite wisdom, quickly realized, hey, this is a waste of money. Why are we doing this? So that's why they stopped doing this on all of their revisions after this. All right, so we're just gonna keep with this, just working away. Pick that I use for that one. And as you're doing this, you're very, very easily able to see which ones are holding this thing on, which ones aren't. So one of the things I was talking about with that was how you can bend these. You can see that I've bent some of these up. Now that they're bent up, to put it back on, all I'm gonna do is just come back around, just bend them back into place. And when it comes time to put it back on, they will just snap on there, no worries. This is a thin piece of malleable metal. And we just line everything back up. And it will be ready to go back on there when the time comes. All right, I'll set this off to the side. All right, back down to here. Let's put this back to the way it was, which is this way. And then just in case you're wondering, I'll post a link to, I bought a whole bunch of these. These are just AliExpress tweezers. I bought like, I think 20 at one time. I'll post a link to these as well. I found these to be extremely good. These are best. They're just called, the brand is Best Q5s. So if you just look up Best Q5s, you should be able to find them.
I'm saying hello to you.
Yeah, what I've done is I've taken one of them and I've literally cut them apart so I can have just a little pointy poker thing if I need it. All right. So next, let's get this guy out of there. That cable comes off entirely, same deal. Press it on the sides. Now, again, we just want to make sure we haven't exposed any new thermal compound. We have crushed this a little bit, and what we'll do is we will, when the time comes, we're gonna just stack everything back up a little bit, just kind of like that. And then once it gets back in underneath where it's actually being compressed, it'll push it back down into the correct shape again. All right, back to our screwdriver. This one here, you need to be extremely careful. 4 screws.
I know, Emily, you keep telling me.
1, 2. Now you see this thing snapped itself up. Just be aware. Also, remember which direction this was facing. You see how we have the 2 little plastic clips over there? We got to do that. Make sure that it goes back on there the same way. If it's this way or rotated 180 degrees, it doesn't matter. Thank you. Rotated 180 degrees, it doesn't matter. Thank you. All right, last screw. At difficulty, just getting this. If it's this way or rotated 180 degrees, it doesn't matter. All right, last screw. And then from here, our cleaning journey is almost complete. So we're gonna take that off, set that off to the side. Now, this is gonna be the first time you're really gonna have a little bit of difficulty just getting this thing apart. What you can do is grab, gently wiggle. This thing keeps zooming out on me. We're gonna grab the motherboard, not the whole thing, and we're just gonna wiggle until it starts releasing itself, and then it'll come apart. Now, sometimes one of 2 things will happen. You'll either end up with the thermal compound will end up here on this side, or it'll be entirely on this side. If it is entirely on this side, just give it again. We're doing the same thing. We're looking to see if it's still a little bit sticky, a little bit tacky, which it is. None of these are completely and utterly destroyed. We're going to clean this right here, just a little isopropyl alcohol. And you can use a little paper towel, Q-tips. You don't want to use anything abrasive on this. All we're going to do is get this clean. So you don't need to get this entirely clean. All you need to do is get this square right here. You can see the copper right there is what we're aiming to actually clean. So you can see there's a copper square right in the center that goes from here to there. That is what we're looking to get clean. If there's thermal compound out in this area, it is not super critical to get it off of there. It's more of a nice to have rather than an absolute necessity. And if, depending on how old the console is, it might require a little bit of elbow grease. This side, it's not really that big of a deal. If you use a little something plastic, get this stuff broken up off of here, and then you can come in with your Q-tips or your paper towel, get that all out of there, because this stuff is dried up. It's not doing anything for anybody anyways. When you're doing this, make sure you're not accidentally grabbing these guys. And then if it's dry enough, you can just take it, give it a good tap, and you should be able to get most of what's left on there off of there. Another thing you can use with this, I'm just doing this over a garbage can so I don't get it all over my desk. Another thing you can do is go down to an art supply store, get a short brush like this that has firm bristles. Like you can see this doesn't really, unless I put a little bit of effort into it, it doesn't really have give. You can use that to accomplish basically the same thing. So that's all we're gonna do on this for now. If you did need to replace these guys, you just need to go online. There's a bunch of different websites that list exactly the thickness of these you need. Or you can get something like the Thermal Grizzly super compression ones, where they're like that thick and you put it on there and they compress all the way down to where they need to go. That's an option. But you can buy kits that allow you to replace all of them all at once. If you're going for, hey, I want to get the best possible performance out of this, I would consider just buying one of those kits outright. All right, next we have our APU die. This is where things need to be slightly more delicate. We're going to use some Q-tips. There are two different types of Q-tips you can use. The ones that I will recommend, where is it? Where did I put them? Here they are going to be, if you can find them, if you can swing them, great. If not, you can use whatever. Are lint-free toothbrushes, darn you, master. Are lint-free Q-tips. The black ones, doesn't matter what color they are, they're very good in there. The problem that I can have with these is that these can be a little bit too abrasive and they'll want to pull stuff up. And then you just have your regular Q-tips. The reason that we're trying to be so delicate here is because on these guys, let's get in here, we can actually start kind of zooming in here. Around the outside of this, we have these rows of resistors and capacitors, and we don't want to damage them. All we want to do is clean. So what you're going to focus on with this, I'm going to lift this up just a little bit, is not actually anything around the outside of this. The only thing you care about actually getting clean on this, unless you're being, type A, is just the APU die itself, which is what this is right here. You don't want to polish it. All you want to do is a little bit of isopropyl alcohol, just a little bit of working like that. You don't want to take your finger, push it down and push as hard as you can, because that can etch it, and you don't want to do that. If you have a very soft bristle mechanical toothbrush like this, you can also use one of these. That little bit of agitation that you get from that can be good for breaking it up. It is an option, but it needs to be soft. It needs to be never used with actual toothpaste, because toothpaste is used to polish your teeth. So you don't ever want to do that on something like this. You will mar it, you will destroy it. That's why I recommend isopropyl alcohol and something just like a very soft Q-tip. Set that off to the side. And that's it. So from here, you will take whatever your favorite thermal compound is going to be. I personally have a thing for the Noctua NTH1, and you're going to create, this is a me thing. You can do whatever method you like best. I will create an X, and then we will take this, we will compress it, and then we will reverse the process we've gone through, rebuild everything, make sure everything's tightened down, and then you are good to go. But for this, what I'm currently working on, that is the end of the advanced expert level. Hey, thanks for watching that video. If you liked that video, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, hit the subscribe button. And I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/Bradenton PC. Nice.
you paralyzed. Make you paralyzed.
I knew this thing was freaking crashing. Oh, dang it. Abby. All right, Emily. I'll bring it back up.
Oh.
I believe also got a good chunk of the
let's get some and do this. It actually is definitely not master. It is the fact that I didn't do anything for almost 2 hours other than Good morning, how are you? done. So what we're gonna do, we're going to do our patented X for Xbox. That's why we do it. Only reason. I'm lying. All right, so of the advanced expert level and do this. It actually is definitely not master. It is the fact that I didn't do anything for almost 2 hours other than work on websites that's really chewing up the day. Okay, let's the day. Okay. Okay, let's get some new thermal compound on there, and then we'll go over how to actually reassemble this now that everything is basically done. So what we're gonna do, let me zoom back in, I hit the wrong button. We're going to do our patented X for Xbox. That's why we do it. Only reason. I'm lying. All right, so let's grab the other side of this. Make sure we're doing this the same way that you saw this before. So now we're good to go. Let's start putting this guy back together.
The hell are they training you on?
advanced expert level. Okay, let's get some new thermal compound on there, and then we'll go over how to actually reassemble this now that everything is basically done. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna zoom back in, I hit the wrong button. We're going to do our patented X for Xbox. That's why we do it. Only reason. I'm lying. All right, so let's grab the other side of this. Make sure we're doing this the same way that you saw this before. Well, now we're good to go. Let's start putting this guy back together. Hey, thanks for watching that video. If you liked that video, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, hit the subscribe button. And I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv.
His call is make.
In a short amount of notice.
I mean, he's just
Come on.
This is
That we weren't playing.
About this series and what you felt went wrong.
I think game one we just threw, and then game two it was a hard comp for us, but we managed to pull a win there. And game three, I think they just played well. We had time. I mean, we had chances to win the game, and ultimately, I think in the late game their comp was just a little bit easier to execute, and you know, we didn't really play to our comp strength. But yeah, I mean, we are playing with our Mayo, and we were undefeated, so you know, it's a pretty good situation we're in. You know, we can't expect to win every single game given the roster situation, but looking on to next couple of weeks, we should have Inspired back, and we'll be at full strength then.
Speaking to Armeo a little bit, coming in last second, I think a lot of people were really surprised that they thought the toughest opponent coming into this was going to be the FlyQuest, the first series. But you guys looked actually really incredible regardless. Can you speak to Armeo and what he kind of provided to the team in a short amount of notice?
I mean, he's just slotting in, and we're kind of steering the ship, and he's just kind of doing what we're telling him to do, as well as playing his own game, but... You know, it's up to us to really carry that, how to like progress the game forward. It's on the core of us, not necessarily on him. So, I mean, he just did his job. And, you know, 3-1 record given he's a sub, and he hasn't played for 3 months league before he joined us. So, you know, we'll take it. It's not too bad.
And talk to me about Sentinels as an opponent, because I think a lot of people wonder what strength they are. I know at the beginning, and like split 1, split 2, people were like, they're a pretty top tier team. Obviously, they've been struggling up until this week, but they look like a pretty formidable opponent.
Yeah, I mean, they beat us here, so I think they have, well, game one, I mean, I think they're a decent team. I think they've shown, like, they have a style where they want to just play through or help.
Just editing a video, Emily, before we start working on this computer. All right, well, that's rendering. Let's start working on this PC. So this computer came in because we're overheating. So we need to look at some stuff. Because one of the things that bothered me immediately when I looked at this thing was that it looked like the cooler itself is not plugged into anything. So that's RGB. We don't care about that. We just got to follow some cables here. So CPU cooler cable is this one. So it's these fans. There's a chance that this all-in-one cooler has failed, or the other chance is that I'm not plugged into anything. Figure out where the heck this cable is going, because it looks like they're just plugged into themselves. Like, it really is confusing to look at here. Not sure which side. I think the CPU pump is in here. Let's see what's going on here. Gonna need to figure this out. That's okay, PC, right? We're probably gonna have to do way more tear down on this than I initially wanted to. Thermal paste is completely dry. And I don't even know what kind of thermal paste this stuff is. Let's move this over here. It's a weird color. So let's clean that up first and foremost. I'm going to clean up both sides. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is. It's like, this looks like the thermal pad material. I've never seen thermal paste this color before. All right, on the random long shot that this is actually the only problem with this. Which I don't think it is. We're gonna put a little X on here. The reason that I don't think that this is the only problem is because when I looked at this thing through a thermal camera, it was pumping heat. And I never once saw this the temperature on this start to go down. We're gonna add these. I remember my son doing this part. This is very important to do correctly. If you don't have proper conductive pressure on this, it's not going to transfer the heat. The other problem is if the cooler itself, the pump isn't spinning, then that in itself is also a problem. I miss playing games, Emily, but at the same time, I'm trying to get back into being productive with all of my time. So I miss doing a lot of different things. like tomorrow, I'm probably going to end up working all day on web projects. I'm going to try and knock some of that stuff out here after I get done with this video. All right, I got to see if this cooler's actually even kicking on. I don't think it is. It is. Maybe, Emily. I don't know. Ow. It is getting quite toasty. I don't feel like our thermals are going down. I have a knot here. That's great. Yes, I will be, Emily. Let's look at this under a thermal. We're going to keep an eye on that CPU core temperature up to 36. It's a 3080. 37. I don't know. It's just, to me, ow, poop. It just feels like the pump isn't working. We're going to keep this going, because if this gets up to 50, I keep hitting my finger on these fans. If it gets up to 50, we're just going to say, okay, it's time to go. So you can see it at the top. It's just climbing. Yeah, I think our CPU cooler is shot. We're up to 50. We're going to turn this off. All right, so our all-in-one cooler is toast. I don't think the pump is working at all. I don't think it's a speed thing. Because this is a single cable connection to the motherboard. I don't know, we're gonna take, you know what, we're just gonna take this thing apart. Because like I said, there's stuff here that just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it shows the RPM, but that's, so there's two fans connected to a single cable here, the CPU pump and then the VRM CPU fan. That's one of the things this one has. It has a VRM fan on it. guys. I don't, that, it's not spinning. We'll just put it like that. All right, let's get the front of this guy off. We're going to undo the front of this case. Well, you got to remember, man, I do this every day. All right. It's DDR4, Emily. So the cable management was done with zip ties, but not like in the normal way, using zip ties to hold things in weird places. All right. So what does this cable actually go to? It is this cable right here, which goes to that. Which is RGB. And we're actually going to put a regular definitely liquid in there. I feel like this pump is dead. So we're just going to give them an air cooler. But it's not just going to be any cooler. It's going to be one of the best coolers that's ever been made. So this is a new version of the Peerless Assassin that's like $50. This is what we're going to put in here. We got ourselves a nice little screen, some nice little RGB. We're going to see how easy it is to get this thing set up in here. Let me just call him and confirm that he's okay with this before I do this work. All right.
Yeah.
Um, we're also going to do a full clean on this thing because it's quite dusty. Hey, this is Chris over Bradenton PC Repair. All right, so your CPU cooler is dead. Yes, so I have one that I can install in here. It's a air cooler. It's going to be just as efficient as the one we took out of there, and it's $75. Yep. So it'll be 200. Mm-hmm. You got 30 days to pick it up once it's done, man. Yeah, no, like the computer won't be done right now, so I still have to do the work. I need to get approval to do the work from you before I install the parts. So if you're okay with it, then I'm going to go ahead and install the parts, and then you come pick it up when you can. Alrighty. I need to start with getting the cooler working correctly, because otherwise it's just going to kill the computer. All right. The cooler's done. I'm just removing it entirely and replacing it with another one. No. There'll be some stuff that'll be a little bit different. All right, I'll get this done, and then when it's done, I'll call you, and then, like I said, you have 30 days to pick it up, okay? All right, have a good one. Bye. I get to keep it, Emily, you know that. Let's see if this has gotten any better. Yes, and then they got very angry when I said, man, your stuff ain't here. This is Chris. Yeah, that was me. It is. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, no. That's the current industry standard. You need one at least. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Um, yeah, so I can look at the equipment and give you some ideas. Like one of the things that's gonna like determine whether or not you're gonna be able to use an access point or not is going to be who's actually providing your routing equipment currently. Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to just get an off-the-shelf access point. You would need to get like one of their little mesh transmitter things, unless you switched your base equipment to something else. So that's some. Yeah, I would do something similar, but it would be a different brand, not Arrow. But like I like as far as like you just need one universal equipment thing. So it doesn't matter which way you go as far as equipment is concerned, but you just have to have everything matching, otherwise stuff doesn't talk to each other. So all right, I can what's your availability like next week? I am unavailable on Wednesday and Thursday. Okay. Sure. Okay. Do you want to do next Friday? Oh, I can do Tuesday. Yeah, that's fine. Do Tuesday at 9. 25th. Sorry. Okay, and what was the name? Okay, what's the address? All right. All right, and then the best phone number to get in touch with you. All right, if anything changes on your end, give me a call. If anything changes on mine, I'll give you a call. But we'll see you out there at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Absolutely. Have a good one. Bye. All right. So let's go ahead and get this installed now. Now that we're done with that. All right, we're going to be putting in an air cooler. But I kind of want to take this time. There's a lot of dust buildup in here, and there's a lot of choices that were made with these cables and stuff. So we're gonna clean this stuff up just a wee bit. And I'm gonna turn my compressor on. We're gonna dust this thing. So we'll be right back. Ready for a break. Soon, I say, soon. All right. All right, next step, vacuum cleaner. All right. That out the way. All right. And what we'll do, we're gonna get this looking even a little bit better than this when we get that new cooler in there. So let's get these standoffs out of here. And then we're gonna unpack this Peerless Assassin. This is the first time I'm using this specific one, so I'm excited. And then we're gonna run this thing through some stress testing. Actually, I'm wondering if I can take So one thing we are losing because of this being what it is we are going to lose our front intake. But I actually don't think that's going to be a problem because we're going to be moving a lot of air through here, and just with this CPU cooler, we're going to need to move these fans up to the front. So that's what we're going to do, actually. So before I dig too much into this and put this new stuff in here, let's get those fans moved, because we need air intake. That is important with this. Only 2 screws holding those fans in. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me. Ah, thank you, Emily. 1. 2. Undo these little bread ties that they put on these things, these guys. These guys, get those off of there. Now, I work with a couple surgeons. They have much better hands than me. All right, next is gonna be this guy. All right. Pull out my zipper ties. Do some on-the-fly cable management right there. Move that out of the way. Now you can put this back on. No, definitely not, Emily. I'd be constantly afraid that I'm doing the wrong thing. We got a bunch of cables and stuff going on here. Let's see if we can't figure this out. Let's do some on-the-fly cable management, like I said. Just computers and some Surface, like Microsoft Surface devices. I like how you're calling me mean. No. Last I heard, Microsoft was working on adding a Steam OS store option to the Microsoft Xbox store, but I don't know if they ever actually finished that. Which batteries plus bulbs? Right, but which location? There's like, what, 6 in Manatee County? Huh? Yeah. No, there's 2. There's one out on 70. Yeah. So there's 3 in Manatee County. Oh, this guy works at the one in Missouri. Good place. Good place, yeah. Sippy sip. We are in Bradenton, Florida. Hence the channel name, Bradenton PC Repair. All right, let's get these cables undone. All I'm trying to do right now is get these cables untangled because they are kind of sort of a mess. All right. I'm going to take care of this ball of cables right here. Yeah, weather is weird. Humidity isn't helping, Mr. Sauron. What's going on, Zirak? Anything new? Anything exciting? You enjoying your 5080? Sure, Emily, you're a nice person as long as you're not, you know, being mean to somebody. I think that's kind of how that works, though. All right, now next. Let's plug this in. And then we're going to get these cables tucked together down here at the bottom. Yeah, so like building, like doing things like learning how to build a computer the first time is always, you know, it's stressful, but thankfully there's places like my channel, Linus Tech Tips, Reddit. There's plenty of places to get help, thankfully. Let's get all of these zip tied together. It's crazy how just a little bit of cable management can take something from looking like an absolute sty. Yes, that is something that can happen. Prices exponentially getting higher while you're building stuff. All right, well, let's get all these cables managed and out of the way. Look at this. Look how much nicer this looks. Just some simple zip ties here and there. You can do this with Velcro too. And then I'm just gonna go behind this thick cable. And then I'm gonna do that. Yeah, Emily, I'm in the process of fixing it right now. Put that in there. And put this in here. And then our fans are going to go on this side. 1, 2. And then we're just going to bring these together. We're going to toss a zip tie down here. Right here. Now these cables need to go to the motherboard, so let's go ahead and route these to the motherboard. I actually have a spot down at the bottom I can plug these things into. And we got our RGB connectors up at the top. That's the one connector, J Rainbow right there. Okay, so that's looking better. So both of these video card cables are actually gonna go underneath the video card and come up versus going over the top of the video card. Just looks a little cleaner in my opinion. there. There. That goes in there. That sentence doesn't make sense, Emily. Slow down and retype what you're trying to say to me. Alright, let's get this zip tied underneath here. Alright. And we are going to have a couple more cables that are going to need to get plugged in, but those are just going to be for the front cooler, and that's a much improved back. We'll try and cut in like a before here. The current song? The name of the current song is Afterglow by Zorro. All right, now that we're basically ready, let's go ahead and work on installing our Peerless Assassin 120 Vision Max. It's gonna be my first time installing the Vision Max specifically. So it's a little bit different, and the reason it's a little bit different, it's got a little screen on it. This is my first time using these, and honestly, I might just try and keep a couple of these guys in stock in the store because it's a cool little dealio. We have a little bit different style of fan on this. These are the TLK 12s. We have ourselves an Intel bracket, so we're going to have to use the Intel bracket on the back of this. Yes, this is a CPU cooler. We're replacing an all-in-one liquid cooler that the pump failed in. That was the main thing with this, but we're doing a little bit of cable management while we do this because this is the best time to actually accomplish it. All right, that is in place now. We put our back plate on there. Grab this. We need LGA 1700, which is this guy. Launch another project when we're doing this. No. Why, Master? It describes exactly what it is. All right, and we have to remember the Intel boys are the straight ones. The AMDs are the curved ones. And I always need to remember, yeah, these guys, we're gonna lay the whole system down and do this laying down. That is significantly easier for this specific task. So, switch up the cameras. That's exactly what it means. Land grid array. So it describes exactly what it is. That's why I don't think they'll ever stop using it. Alright. Now magnetic screwdriver. And right where those blue circles are. This is Chris. Hey. Okay. Yeah. All right, yeah, I'll be here. I'm closed on Thursdays. Just remember that. $5:30. Yep, and then I'll just give you just a little spiel so the person who picks it up doesn't have to go through it again. You'll get a 30-day warranty on each computer, as long as it's the exact same issue that's reoccurred. You just bring it back to me and I'll take care of it under warranty. All right. Alrighty. How we going? Bye. Yeah, apparently. Alright. It was MCR Health. Yeah, the IT manager's like, I don't know why they are taking so long to get a check cut for me. This was approved 2 weeks ago. What? Yeah. Follow up? Are you feeling the same? You're feeling better?
I'm feeling better. That's some other person's work.
Alright. Okay. So, with this, we have to do a little bit of building before we actually put this thing together entirely. So we're actually gonna assemble this cooler outside of the case before we do anything, and then we'll be able to directly identify where we want to put some things like cables, because this one is gonna require a couple more cables than we normally are used to dealing with. So that's one set. No, it's not USB cables. So this must just be like those couple of pieces of information that they display on the box. So it's not like a full screen like I assumed. It looks like it's just like it's gonna have a temperature sensor. Yeah, it just looks like it's just a temperature sensor. I'm not sure. We'll see. Because there's nowhere on here. There's no USB cable. Oh, I take it back. There is a USB cable. There is. So yeah, so this I guess will be a full video. Full video cable. So let's get all these cables ready to go. Seeing as we got multiple cables here. Why would there be RGB? Where is there RGB on this? Out here. Interesting. So I'm just cutting off all these bread ties on this. So that we can get these cables routed where they need to go. So we're just going to make a single bundle cable like we normally do with these guys. It starts right here. Pull this warning label before we forget. And then we're going to grab our splitter. Like to tuck this cable underneath this fan. And then that can go to the CPU cooler. And then the rest of these cables. Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. It definitely has to be better than Armory Crate, that's for darn sure. I mean, like, look, Master, this is one of those times where, like, a little bit better than Armory Crate is a lot better than Armory Crate. All right, I gotta take this. This is held on with magnets. And to actually install this, we need to remove this central fan. So we're gonna move this up and out of the way while I screw this in. Get this in place. You're gonna need like an extra long screwdriver. All right, cooler installed. Now we got to put this fan back in place. Like so. Okay, and then this goes back in place. The CPU cooler, CPU fan connector is now in place. And it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to tuck this the way I wanted it. Oh well. Through the back we go. And then we'll switch back up to this. So we have all of these cables that are coming off of here are RGB cables. So it looks like we could just plug all of these into this guy right here. As long as we have this thing, we might as well freaking use it, right? Only thing we do need to plug in is going to be this USB controller. Yeah, ASRock has been like, it's weird. ASRock's entry level stuff is hard to kill. Like their base, there's like super basic boards. Their high-end stuff, like my Tai Chi board that I had to warranty twice, strangely not as good. It's like this weird thing where they're like, we don't really care about these high-end products. We'll just warranty them. Last thing to plug in, let's grab our USB header. Okay, that should be everything. This is incredibly close. I'm trying to figure out how my cables got so freaking tangled up here. Right. We got fan spin. And we got a screen. Nothing on it at this point, but once we put that software on there, there will be. I am working on installing this CPU cooler. Let's just make sure we're gonna fit. Look at that. Which thing do you want to see, Ramrod? Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday, Master. Are you doing okay? Yeah. We'll figure out what this software requirement is. So that clears. That's a positive. And our CPU cooler We're at 29 degrees Celsius. Perfect. What are you doing? Going out one-wheeling, Master? There are some GPUs I can repair, yes. Okay, all right, Master. All right. Vision Max. All right, let's see how this software is. Yes, I agree. I wanted one for a while, and then just like, you know, $1,500 for one wheel is a bit much. For my blood. The only way you'd be able to tell was by taking it apart. TRCC. Yeah, you can smell flux. It has a very specific smell. All right. We got options. That's kind of dope. And for $75, this is a great deal. All right, cool. We're just gonna run a quick check on this. Right, but this has the same cooling capacity as the 240. Because again, the thing is $50. Or 75. It can be. All right, let's try this new Cinebench. I mean, you're getting a dual tower cooler with a screen for under $75. That's kind of crazy. If you're just looking for just straight up efficiency, then get the full air cooler. All right, let's see what we get. And we'll be able to watch it on this screen. Why would I be doing a shunt mod? What YouTube, dude? Oh. I see what you're saying. Right. Oh, you're all good, man? What is this thing called again?
Garbage disposals are cheap, man.
I didn't have a growing up. And people think it's weird that I grew up poor. Grew up like my mom did the best she could. Like single mom raising me by herself is a tall task. We lived in a trailer and no dishwasher, no garbage disposal. Yeah, everything was done manually. Yeah. Yeah, Emily, how about you? We're just running these tests on here. Temperature is at 60% or 60 C while under load. Hello from the Netherlands? Netherlands. Is it normal that your Minis Form G7 Ti shows thermal throttling on hardware during idle? Probably. Like that's you're asking that thing to do a lot. Thank you, Emily. Yeah, it's like it's probably thermal throttling because you're asking a small little cooler to handle all of that thermal load on that thing. Nope, it's performing perfectly. Yeah, and why'd you do that? Right, you said that yesterday. But why did you grab a chicken? Right, but they're in your backyard, right? If you say so. Never raised chickens. Oh, it sucks. Three oh two, 342. Never mind. 9390, 9390. Hey, Love Muffin, welcome in today. How are you doing? No, Bud Light is everywhere. Yes, that's everywhere. Yeah, it's huge. The Bud Light is just everywhere. That is actually an interesting statistic. That makes more sense. That makes way more sense. I was like sitting here in disbelief, like, he says he can read. Is that true? Believable. I added some new functionality to the Discord or to the Twitch bot. I don't know how well it's going to be able to flag that people have been here before. All right. You should be, it should, once it sees you once, it should never do it again. I'm trying to make it more useful. Honestly. Yeah, it's not gonna let you tell it what to do anymore. That was the whole thing that I implemented. To try and make it more actually useful. Yeah, well, I want it to be useful for the people that come to the channel, you know? And that NVIDIA stuff is very much strict. All right, this is done. Nice little screen. Let me clean this up a little bit. Doing the peel. Yes, new peel. What do you mean, new people not at work? What do you mean, Em? These are all the wrong size. Grab the right size here. Exceptionally long screw. All right. Hey, this is Chris over at the computer shop. Just calling to let you know your computer's done and ready to go. Thank you. Have a good day. All done. Why is this like 1 millimeter too tight? Fit here? Nope. Well, I guess it's going back over here. Yeah, people have been talking about that for a minute, Lee. We're going to take a look at one of these this is another MCR Health laptop. We have one component to replace on it, and we're going to see if that fixes it. I'm mixing this in with other stuff that I'm actively doing. So all of these laptops had exactly the same failure. Sending of my I just built repair guy because I troubleshooted it 3 times rewiring my fans. I can't get the RGB to work. Even bought no fan, new fan, still no luck. I'm just over it. I just want them to work. Yeah, that's definitely an option. Sending them off to someone else to deal with whatever the issue might be. Hopefully they get it sorted out for you. Yeah, it's probably, hopefully it's something simple. That's just round. That's fun. Now this should be another one where we see a very specific thing here. "20 volts, 0 amps. "9070 XT, solid. 9800 X3D. It's great, man. It's a super solid build. And thanks for the follow. All right. Just gonna keep skipping my songs, huh? Battery out. Oh, that's what I want to check to see if something is getting warm. Nothing's getting warm on this side. All right, let's take this thing apart. Number of times we've taken this exact computer apart now is like 20 or 30 times. Alright. Because we have a whole bunch of them. That's your opinion, Master. I enjoyed that song. That's why I gave you guys the ability to skip songs. I heard you guys put up a monument to the channel. In the Minecraft server. All right, so this is what we're going to be replacing. That little, what is underneath this? Because that is what has failed on all of these thus far. The thing that I need to know is which way this thing is supposed to go on here. And there's a good chance this is going to fail again, even after I replace it. I got a whole roll of them. There's like no indicator there which way this thing actually goes. Yeah, he has a problem reading, Mr. Albinos. It's not a you thing. But the case got a geometric future model 5, had a pre and 5 RGB fans. No, Lee, I can't. You should see if Goodwill will take it. Nice, RGB wasn't working. I rewired it, got the lights on, but the Mystic light wasn't recognizing the fan, so I got Corsair fans, the same ones. Yeah, just weird that you're having that kind of problem with it. Alright, there's no rhyme or reason to this, I don't think. To this specific component. So I don't know how to differentiate this and tell which way it's supposed to go on there. So there would be a dot. So we got to start making some assumptions. Here is the replacement. And if I had to guess, we're going to be going like this. What's going on, Poorly? Why are you flipping? All right, we're gonna let that cool for a second. All right, we got lights. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna clean this. And then the other thing that I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna put a thermal pad on top of this to pull some of that heat away. Because, welcome back, Emily. Because one of the big problems that we're gonna keep having with these specific laptops is that that component right there is going to keep failing. So I just want to give it a little bit of a thermal pad, and put it in place so that it will hold the temperature just a little bit. This is Chris. What was the name? Your computer's done. That was it. Nope, everything else tested out fine. All right, so whenever you come, yep, GPU's fine, CPU's fine, memory tested fine. That's when I replaced the cooler, that was replaced as well.
Okay, perfect. So hold it will be 200?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. And also, I did have a question. Did it the software and everything, maybe I'm running too much?
No, everything looked fine. Like when I ran my diagnostic, like in the stress test, if something abnormal would have happened, it would have flagged.
And the configuration for this right now?
Yes.
So, how is it?
You have an air cooler now.
At the front windshield of the...
No, it's sitting directly on top of the actual CPU now.
Oh, so is it like a double fan air? Like
Yeah.
air fan?
Mhm.
It's a very big one that mounts on top of the CPU.
Yeah, and it's got a screen.
Oh, really? That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll put it on Friday.
Alrighty. Absolutely, man. You have a good day. Bye. All right. Why are we talking about Dick Cheney? Yeah, let's not talk about politics. And that is like headlong talking into politics. You know the rules, Master, and so do I. Only real ones get that joke. Alright, let's get this back in here. This is Chris. I'm all right. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay, yeah, I think it would be best for us to just schedule a time for me to get out there and get a look at it and like just go through everything. My on-sites are $150, and that generally covers a single service. Each individual thing that I would need to do, I would let you know. Usually it's only like $50 or $75 for each additional thing. Okay, so I got the next available day that I have available is going to be on Monday. I either have Monday or Friday next week. Yes. I'm available from 9 to 5:30. Okay. Yeah. All right. What was the full name? Okay. What's the address? What's the best phone number to get in touch with you? All right, we'll see you out there. If anything changes on your end, just give me a call. If anything changes on my end, I will give you a call. All righty, you have a good one. Yep. Bye. That's fun. Okay. Make sure I plug this in all the way. Welcome in, Tech. Hello, Jekyll. All right, we got another one up and running. Very nice. Coolio. That is positive. I'm glad that worked. So number 8. How was that? What is this?
Weight loss pill.
Yeah, you can't just start taking that.
She gave it to me. 30 days.
You can't just start taking it.
Why not?
There's other stuff that needs to happen with that. So, I said, I don't know why she's pushing it so hard on everyone, but
What was this? This is a shot, and she goes, at least try it for 30 days. Well, because Medicare is paying up to $500. Well, Medicare covers $500. So,
But yeah, if $500 of a $2,300 pill,
is it
that's not going to help you.
It's bad enough that I'm taking potassium twice, so that doubles my potassium cost.
Why are you taking potassium?
I'm taking water pill, which
Oh.
I'm now taking twice a day. So I have to have potassium twice a day.
So when you update your medication list, text Melinda and just say, hey, these are the things that they're having me do, and then mention also, like, don't call her, just text her. Also mention you're looking into how much that pill is going to cost you, because Narcimin is heavily pushing.
And I was able to get 2 caffeines a day. And no after report. Thank you.
Okay.
More often.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm not gonna do that. I'll just, it's a car, it's designed to be drove in the rain. The part that sketches me out is, no, it's got tires. It's not like ice skates. The problem is next to the Salem's, because that is underwater every time it rains there.
Go and take 9th Street down.
I didn't know how to.
That's pretty. You can look at my gas feet. Almost.
All right, next one. Exact same issue.
Oh, I'm changing my.
It's hard to trust online. Do you do online help? What do you mean by that? What, Angeline?
And I'm also changing my restless leg medicine because my gabapentin is not working anymore. But they hadn't decided which one they were sending.
Fun.
Okay.
So how you doing, Tech? What hurts? The ankle? This one has honey inside of it. That's fun.
Honey, huh?
Yeah, there's 100% honey. I just need to get some dry ice and freaking freeze this.
Hot water.
No, I need it to crystallize.
Oh.
So I can break it off. You can always post on our Discord, man. That's why it's there. Yeah, he's probably like gassed up right now, aren't you, Master? Yeah, so make sure you don't say anything that's gonna make me ban you. Please. One more time. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. And whew. This one might have been a little bit more catastrophic with the damage. Let's find out. Oh no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to one of my moderators. Who's just a little bit sauced right now. So there's that. It burnt a hole directly through this. There it is. Okay. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing that we did on the last one. We are going to, over that, we are going to put a piece of thermal material that will hopefully help with some runaway heat issues. Because as you can see, this thing got so hot, it literally just blew a hole right through it. So. All right, let's put it back together. And that entire problem that we were just seeing is caused by one thing and one thing only. Plugging in a charger into this that is way, way too hot, voltage-wise. By what I mean by too hot is it's just got too much voltage. Fan screws. Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi.
This is madness. This is
Yeah, what do you have right now? Because $500, I can make a recommendation and it'd be exactly the same as what you have. I really do think sometimes the things that are going into the YouTube chat are literally just bots. Here we go.
Madness.
We got CPU fan spin. 2060 Super. I mean, you could get like a 4060 or 4070. 4070 is a bit much. Like a 4060 Ti would be a pretty big upgrade. Let's see if it kicks anything back. I think it's doing a web search. I'm saying a 5060. You're not going to be able to get a lot of these now. This is Chris. All right. I didn't stretch it. I just put it on the bucket. It didn't stretch at all. The proportions stayed exactly the same. Okay. Yeah, I can check it again. But that's like that was if I was. I can just make the labels like square. Probably the easiest thing. Yeah. Let me look at. Give me a second. I'm trying to find the original that you sent me here. It's yeah, I see what happened. It stretched itself horizontally. Yeah, let me adjust that. Yeah, it's close. Yeah, so I'll work on that and I'll get that over to you. Yep, bye. This is Chris. What's the name? Yeah, it needs a new SSD. Yes, that's what it would be. It would be the drive. The drive right now is $225, and then install would be actually it's $275, and then actually it's one. Hold on, let me look these numbers. I have like 3 numbers up here. Give me a second. Okay, a 1 terabyte SSD is 250, and then the labor and stuff would be 125, so you'd be looking at 375. Yeah, that would be for everything, yeah. I don't like. Are you approving the repair? Okay. Okay, you don't have to pay until you pick it up. I have to order the part. So, as soon as it gets in and I get it done, I'll give you a call, okay? All right. Yeah, bye. So that's 2 fixed. Yeah, the 9070 XT is probably going to be close to $1,000 currently. Next. So what are you working on today, Poorly? better give Shadow a treat, otherwise you'll get punished. Shadow's the bestest puppy. All right, now. Exact same problem. Alright, next one. Okay. All right, another one ready to go. Okay. And this one might be toast. There we go. Beautiful. Jeez, it's already 3 o'clock? Dang it. All right, last one for MCR for this batch. They said they're gonna bring me more. So that's fun. Excuse me. So this is, I think, was the first one that I saw this problem actually on. And this is the only one I think that I had I'm not 100% sure that's going to be repairable. Yeah, that will be. All right, cool. Giveaway hasn't started yet. I'm gonna do a new video about it here in a little bit, like actually today. All right, last one. Hey, guess what, Mom? All of the MCR computers are done. What? Are they open by Goodwill? No, they're downtown. Yeah, so MCR Health is, like I said, it's just a corporation, so they might have like offices in a couple different places. I am not 100% sure. Hello.
स्याही सी रात में मुझको हो चांद सी सोबत दे मैं करती थी बातें जो खुद से हाँ कहती हूँ अब तारों से रांझा रांझा कर दीनी मैं आपे रांझा होई सातोनी मैनू दे दो रांझा हीर ना खोई रांझा मैं विच मैं रांझे विच होर ख्याल ना कोई मैं कंगन हूँ अब है अपनी आप करे दिल जोई जो तुझसे ना हो जुड़ता वो मेरा नाम नहीं मैं तो हूँ वही कंगना जो तेरी कलाई पे जाए रांझा रांझा कर दीनी मैं आपे रांझा होई सातोनी मैनू दे दो रांझा हीर ना खोई रांझा मैं विच मैं रांझे विच होर ख्याल ना कोई मैं कंगन हूँ अब है अपनी आप करे दिल जोई
All right, MCR is out of here. Well, that's convenient. All right, looks like next is complete. Those guys are done. I got all my sleeves back, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not gonna wait on this one. And like I said, I need to get into QuickBooks and send him the other one right away. Nice little boon to the bank account.
Yeah.
And that back end should load a lot quicker now. Now that you're closing everyone out. Yes, sir. No, no Happy Meals.
You put it under his name or MCR?
Put all these under MCR. Create a folder called MCR. Yeah, just double check. All right, number 60. You said that deep clean was done? This one here, we got the Wi-Fi driver is crashing. Hello. All right, guy was asking questions about 3D printers.
Diving deep into the waves, babe. I know that you wanted to. It's a risk worth taking, even if it's over soon. Want you skin tight, close like denim. Come on, love.
It's going good, Emily. How you doing?
When it's ending, I'll be fine. Got your body close to mine. Call me if it's only for tonight. Your hands on my body, 'cause my body's what you like. I'm down if you're down to get it now. Call me, baby, if it's only for tonight. Call me if it's only for tonight. Your hands on my body, 'cause my body's what you like. I'm down if you're down to get it now. Call me, baby, if it's only for tonight. If it's only for tonight. Call me, baby, if it's only for tonight. If you need somebody,
As Love Muffin song.
you know I'm the one for you. I won't tell nobody. Keep it on the down low, just us two. Want you skin tight, close like denim. Come on, love me right. When it's
All right. When you can. Alright, this one here, this is a driver on a laptop that keeps shutting itself off. So we're actually going to run just like a network test on this. Did you move this one to my desk, anyone? Number 60?
It's quiet.
It is quiet. But I'm okay with it being quiet.
on these MCR licenses, seeing as you use a thing pad or well, also for English service.
Good call. You guys want to open up my Steam machine? Let's do it. Get this camera set up. You guys hear me? All right, let's open up. Haven't used this camera in a minute. All right, let's open up my steam machine. And I already have some upgrades planned for this thing. So, ourselves a nice little valve steam machine here. This is the base model. I got it without the controller. And, all right, so how do we get this open? Here we go. Lift up, lift up. Set this down. See what comes in our box here. We have some setup instructions. Everything's got nice little QR codes, setup instructions. I can do them digitally. Also, these guys here. And let's go ahead and open these individual boxes. This packing material is nice. All right, so it comes with 2 cords in the box. Power cord, HDMI. Like the size of this thing is still just shocking. It's very small. Right. And nice non-recyclable bag. And here we go. So steam machine should be, we got a nice magnetic front plate. We can replace this. I plan on doing some 3D prints of these. Like they released the STL files of this case so we can make modifications to the case if we'd like. But let's get this on the bench. Get this fired up and see what it's got. We might even try and do like a little teardown of it, because one of the first things I want to do is add more memory, because I got a bunch of memory. So let's get this over to let's get it over to the bench. All right, so first impressions seems to be pretty solid. No, Emily. All right, so on the front, we got the little front plate. On the back, we have our display ports, HDMI, power, Ethernet. I believe this is a 2.5 or it's either a 1 terabyte, I don't remember, or 1 gig. Then we have USB-C, 2 USB 3s, a micro SD card slot, and 2 more USBs on the front. All right, let's see what's inside this thing. Everyone that I've talked to about this thing just talks about how this thing's kind of like a packaging miracle. So let's see what it's got. And up here we have ourselves, I believe this is a T8. Yep, T8. Those are captive screws. And I'm trying to remember, I watched a couple videos. We have to take the feet off too. If this product was priced $200 lower, I get it, right? It makes perfect sense at 800 bucks. But the fact that they had to go up to the price that they ended up selling this thing at because of, you know, memory, it's a sad thing, but it's a thing that had to happen. All right, so how do we get you apart? That plate comes off. Now, I believe we have a couple screws here, and keep these separate. We have different lengths of screws in a couple different places. All right, now this guy's ready to come out. Let's go ahead and pull it out. There's our case. Nice. So this is the part that you can just 3D print. Yes, Emily, I'm sure it's a good idea. So let's just take a look around. We have, on this side, we have ourselves our little Wi-Fi card. We have a custom flat ribbon cable over here. Here's our SSD with the extension for the larger size. This is only a 512. We have a custom, like, look at the depth on these guys. These guys are some deep USBs. And our micro card reader. Another custom little cable here to move some signal stuff around. Let's be very careful. We're gonna have to look around this thing. Let's take this guy off. Everything is so tightly packed on this. Repairability wise, I think this is, like, having taken it apart, I'm probably going to end up offering this as like a service, steam machine repairs. We just got to pay attention to everything, where everything's located. We have 1, 2, 3, and then we have a flat Apple style connector right there. That is this whole board is, looks like just held on by a couple screws. Okay, there is, so this connector is also there. That's an LED bar. So does this connector go through here? Connector's all one piece. So this pulls straight off this way. And then this comes straight up. Okay. The part that I'm actively trying to get to right now is down here. So we're just going to keep slowly going through this until we get to that point. So let's unwrap that a little bit. Unwrap that a little bit. Those are our Wi-Fi connectors. And this is a different antenna. It's also Wi-Fi, which goes into a different place all the way over to here. Do like that. And then we actually have another one right over here. We'll have to remember to reattach this on this side when the time comes when we put this back together. Now what I'd like to do is I just got to look around and see if there's anything else that I need to be wary of. We have that is the fan connector. I just need to see. Yeah, let's. So this whole shroud needs to come off first before I remove this. Let me see here. Looking at this here, if there's something special going on here. I think we're going to need to remove all of these daughter boards first. I don't think they are. There's actually an upgrade I legitimately thought about doing, is just designing a liquid metal little implement for this. All right, that is up and off. We're just slowly setting up these pieces with their individual screws. I think we're going to need to remove this. So let's remove our SSD. A tiny little boy. We got a lot of these, they put a lot of clamps on this to make sure that things don't go where they shouldn't go. And things don't just disconnect themselves. All right, so this is one of those things where I'm a little bit leery because we're going to need to pull this cable back to get this apart. And I can see that already, you just got to be gentle. There we go. All right. There's a screw hidden down in here. Now we're getting closer. Let's get this guy off. It's another little ribbon cable. I do believe one more fan screw. This is some tight packing, man. All right, now we need to be extra cautious. So we have some stuff held on with adhesive, and there's our fan. So if we need to replace it, I mean, that's a compact, this almost looks like a Delta fan to me. And they've put stickers over all of the product markings. Okay, next, let's get this heat sink out of here. One. We're getting there, Emily. 2. 3. 4. 'Okay, we need to be very careful with these cables once again. You have to adhere them back on. But also, something is actively holding this in place. So let's see if it's Are you sure that's just going to be the internal for the power supply? Is that off? There's that off. And we're using a PlayStation style power supply right there. Now, as far as your memory, here's your motherboard. This is a super compact design for everything. It has a nice beefy heatsink. I'm not going to break the thermal interface, but this is what I wanted to get to. Let's see if I put my memory in this, if this thing will even start. Because we are looking at 16 gigs of DDR5. So this memory that I'm going to put in here is going to be slightly slower, but I'm putting in 64 gigs of it, and I have another 64 gigs sitting right here. So I don't even know if there's a way to test it like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it back together. And yeah, we'll see what happens. But now I know how to take this thing apart. Let's get it back together. I'm curious if it'll... No, I'm just going to put it back together. We're going to assume that it's going to boot. No, it's not. This is my Steam machine. That we are tearing down for science. Emily, I just put 64 gigs into it. This one's a little strange. This adhesive is not staying on that one. There, we got one. Got our 4 fan screws, or 4 screws back in there. Let's get our fan. And we just need to make sure as we're putting this stuff back in, everything is getting lined up and nothing is getting pinched. We have 2 screws to put into the front. 1. 2. Go ahead and put this into place here. That's back on. Next, gonna come over here. To this side. the better question, Emily, would be why not? What's wrong with putting 64 gigs of memory into this? Okay, that's back in there. Now we have our SSD back in. Next, we got this guy, which is actually a display port and HDMI cable, which is crazy to think that we're using such small connectors on this. But hey, as long as all the pins are there and we're just moving data and not power, it should be fine. Emily, I have so much more memory than that. All right, now we got this guy. Like my home computer has 96 gigs. My computer here has over 100. And it's because we use it for stuff. Like I use it for video rendering, for doing math. Or I have programs. Malware bytes. What I normally use. All right, that's back on. That's back on. That is back on. All right, let's get these cables wrapped back in here. There, right there. Got to make sure we follow the exact same cable path on all these, because these cables are designed to be exact lengths. Make sure we're following our path. Make sure we plug our fan back in. Okay. Let's slip it back in. I'm doing this upside down. Yes, I am. Okay, that's back in there, and we got two screws up front here. We have this one, and we have this one. next rear plates. You're correct, Emily. But I do much more than playing games. Okay. And then lastly, there we go, back together. So let's now see if we're going to have a problem with the memory that I just put in there. All right, here we go. Remember, this is a custom Linux box. I think it's already not happy. No, I take it back. It's firing, it's firing up. Steam machine with 64 gigabytes of memory. Go through this setup experience. I added 64 gigs of memory to it. See, 62. Do I think that it's going to do anything? No. So I love the form factor. Like, this will actually fit in my console. And I'm ready to actually start doing some drag racing here. When I get my when I get my PlayStation back, and I'm gonna have this Xbox. Might look at that next, actually. A little over $1,000, Emily. Yes, you do. Am I signed in on this? We're gonna, yeah, I'll toss something on here.
Commander, you've got a new message at your private.
Oh well. All right. Welcome to the Steam machine. Press any button to continue. Okay. Okay. Let's look at my library. I do believe so. Let's install this. At least I have decent internet. Yeah, you're seeing it download right now, Emily. Yeah, I get throttled every time I try and download something from here. Because I don't have a local, like I should set up a Steam cache. That would be interesting, like actually just set up some server equipment specifically to do that. Yes, because it's so your downloads from Steam are not limited by your internet. It's limited by the internet at the location and the speed that they are willing to allow you to download. I don't know, Emily. That's a good question. Because like I have a lot more overhead than what it's giving me on this, obviously. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. It's interesting. It's like this is what this is my my main PC regularly. I don't think so, Emily. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it like this for all of the testing that I want to do. That was internet speed, but that was based on Google's internal one. Probably not, Emily. Why would I put Windows 11 on something that isn't designed for it? Windows 11 is like a substantially worse operating system. All right, let's see if there is a limit set here, because I know it can, Emily, but it's a worse operating system. All right, let's see. We're unwired. I don't. Yeah, no, I don't. The problem is I don't have the money to run that equipment except for the one device, which is my web server. And that's it. Because all of the rest of that equipment is stupid expensive. Yeah. Like the reason that I'm on the network that I am with them is that I got grandfathered in a long time ago, and I've just constantly re-upped it. Why you slow down? Hey, there we go. It was defaulting to my Wi-Fi. Actually, that'd be reasonable. What are you trying to say, Emily? That's much better. Yeah, to be honest, I'm probably going to be downgrading it, save a little bit of money. Yeah, Emily, but I'm not streaming from that computer. This is the Steam machine, Emily. I'm streaming from my computer. Yeah. No, I have had that pipe completely filled before when I was hosting a forum for a bunch of car dudes, and they got like 100,000 hits an hour. And I was like, we should probably move you into distributed hosting. Yeah, there was some drama happening, and it ended up on a local news station. Not to me, anyways. But it was like, oh, okay. Well, literally everyone in the world is trying to hit my server right now. That was an annoying day. Have a good night, Emily.
Good night, see you, Tom Al.
All right. Yeah, it was not good. All right, let's see what happens. I have no audio. Yeah, it was a local news station to you, actually, Master, because it was based out of Wisconsin. No controller connected. Yeah. Yes, Emily. I hear nothing. It looks pretty good. I was. Yeah, there was a good chance it was DDoS. This was. It's dead silent, Ramrod. This was like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that. I think there's a way to turn that on with, there should be like an overlay. Um, yeah, I can't hear the fan at all. Yes, I don't think that works on, I think that works on this console. In game, enable Steam overlay while in game. It's not there. Bro's gonna keep saying press Alt F4. It's performance. Yeah, the in-game, there's not one that's... Adjust performance overlays. I don't... Yes, Ramrod, that exactly. I don't even have performance. Yeah. No. Steam OS. Let me put that in. All right, let's... It's in a different menu. I gotta hit a different... There we go. It's in a different place. This is 1080p. I'm pretty sure. Wonder if there's a way in here for me to tell. Options. Yep, 1920, 1080. Not bad. Yeah, I have to hook it up to a monitor without doing the pass through. That's the catch. Proton, because that was one of the things that it downloaded. How do we get back to downloads? Yeah, one of the things it just downloaded was the Proton layer. This thing is just dead quiet. Of course it'll run Crisis. Let's find out. Yeah, it's the stuff that requires anti-cheat generally won't work, from what I understand.
Days or no new highs in 7 days. Of post hoc realization.
I'm glad they were. $1,000. Okay. I see what happened here.
Yes, I'm aware. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
The single green screen, moving that cables free. This, you can get all the dust from full access to dusting this out. Now, this is where you can see where I said this is fully packed. This is the places where, yeah, nice little. What if you are comfortable taking electronics apart, if you're not scared of breaking your $600, actually $8 console, you're free to continue on from this point. We're going to go our screwdriver, and we'll talk about how to break this thing down a little bit more. If you are comfortable taking electronics apart, if you're not scared of breaking your $600, actually $800 now console, you're free. If I don't have a compressor, would a can of compressor be sufficient? Absolutely, yes. Okay, so let's talk about expert. If you are comfortable taking electronics apart, if you're not scared of breaking your $600, actually $800 now console, you're free to continue on from this point. We're going to go back to needing our screwdriver, and we'll talk about how to break this thing down a little bit more now. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove this strap. The way this strap is on here, you pull it from one side and then you slowly unwrap it. Because this, for the advanced, we're leaning more towards repasting. Where you have an old console or a console that's been used heavily for a long time, you're going to want to repaste the console to get some of the thermal contact between the die and the actual CPU cooler back in there. So first off, the first thing we're going to remove is this little daughter board. This is one of the Wi-Fi boards that's on here. I do believe this one here is for the controllers and the other one is for the Wi-Fi. So let's start. We got 3 of these screws on here. Let's get these out of here. And we're going to set this board off to the side. To a tray. And then we lift with this, you're going to lift straight up. So straight up like that. You can see the connector on the back, just be careful with it. Cut that off to the side. Next, we're going to disconnect this plug. So we got 3 screws on there. And then what I highly recommend doing, you'll kind of see this on my bench, I have a system of organization where I start on my right and I work to the left. This is the outermost to the innermost. So by the time we're done, each one of these little pockets is going to have the individual screws for whatever components I need to put back on next. And this is where we start getting into some very long boy screws. So you need to make sure you don't try and put the long screws where they don't belong. No matter how much the console says, yes, you can put that there, do not do that. All right, let's get back in here. So next, after we have this done, this black bar lifts up. We're gonna get a nice little thumb underneath there. It takes way more effort than you think it does, and you'll hear a nice satisfying click, and now we're open. Now you can just lift this up, go under, over, and that's out of there. It is permanently attached to this. Do not try and take that off of there. You'll have a bad time. But we needed to get that cable out because there are screws around the outside we need to take. Cue the M&M. So next we're gonna remove these cables. You're going to firmly grip, lift straight up, set that off to the side. Same thing, firmly grip, lift straight up, set that off to the side. Next we're gonna go about removing this plate. First thing we're gonna do is remove this one right here. And the reason we do that is because this, if you were, let's say you're replacing the power supply in this, unless you remove this metal plate with this screw, you cannot remove the power supply. Now we're ready to remove this plate and then move on to this. So let's start over here. We're gonna go clockwise. That one. I highly recommend taking photos along this. Some of them I use should work. Power supply. Over here, let's remove our magnetic screwdriver bit. Is always like $5. We are going to look at the table. This is a single press on this side. You're just going to press in, lift straight up, ready to go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to lift the power supply straight up so it's no longer connected. We're going to rotate it over and around like that, set it down. And then the clip for releasing it from the lower board is right there. Use your thumb, push on the clip, give it a grip, lift straight up. Make sure you're pushing this in. If you try pulling up and nothing moves, stop. Make sure that you're actually actuating this clip. Number 2, you're going to rip this off the motherboard and you're going to have a huge problem. Power supply goes over there. Next, we're going to remove daughter board number 2. Now this one's a little bit different. Same deal. We're going to remove 3 screws. 1, 2. Where you need to go. All black screws, nothing to worry about. Now you set that off to the side. Next, we're going to remove the other key cover. And same deal. This one here is all black screws, nothing to worry about. This is one of those situations where this covering will confuse people so many times the first time you get in here. As you can see, with this metal cover on here, you can't remove almost anything from this. So the Xbox did a very good thing of making sure things are going to come out. Pushing. Now we're just going to gently lift off to the side. You tilt it up a little bit and then you pull that. Way. Just gently, because on the bottom, you'll see there's a little tiny little hook right there that goes underneath the motherboard. Now we put that, this is something that I always have to remind myself to do. You take the last plate that was sitting here, flip it upside down, put it right there. So that when you are ready to put this back on, you have to lift this up and your brain will go, oh yes, that has to go on there first. So we'll set that off to the side. Because otherwise you'll start putting this back together, you'll get the whole console back together, and then you'll hold this in your hand. And you'll be like, So like I said, stack them in such a way that you have to interact with one to interact with the other. Next, we're gonna remove this top motherboard. So there are 2 motherboards in this. There is the accessory motherboard and then there is the APU motherboard down at the bottom. What we're gonna start is this here. Where's my release? So this is the updated one. Next, we're going to remove this top motherboard. So there are 2 motherboards in this. There is the accessory motherboard, and then there is the APU motherboard down at the bottom. What we're going to start is this here. Where's my release? So this is the updated one. There's a you push in on both sides, and you lift up, just like that. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to do the release on that to get that out of there. The more modern version, actually I think it's the older version now I think about it, there's just a release button right here. So this one's a little bit different revision of this. Then we're going to just kind of straighten this cable out, lift up, and that's your daughter board. When you have a lot of weird damaging the ports. Lift straight up like that. Now we're going to gently make sure we have this kind of straightened up and out of the way, and now we're going to remove this giant block of aluminum. You're just going to lift straight up like that. Now, when you get to here, make sure that the clip that's on this, that we can see, straightens out and passes through gently. And now, this is our first place where we start running into some thermal material. I generally will not replace this unless it's right here. We're box. Now that I'm looking at this, because they don't do this anymore. I think you can personally reuse that. I don't think there's any real need to. This is a very old Xbox. Now that I'm looking at this, because they don't do this anymore. You don't need to. As long as it is still sticky and malleable, you are fine. It's still moving heat. So next, this, if you're opening a modern one that was made after the year after this console originally came out, you are not going to see this. This is something that only exists on these, and I'm pretty sure when I lift this up, this is going to have the dreaded clip where I have to use an actual pry tool to actually get it off. So one of the things you can do with this to get this metal plate off, because I absolutely hate these things because they're unfinished metal. for lead. They're just very move. Stop. There is a definite get rid. We'll just line everything back up. We'll just snap on there. No. It was put this back to the way it was, which is this way. And then just in case you're wondering, I'll post a link to. I bought a whole bunch of these. These are just AliExpress tweezers. I bought like I think 20 at one time. I'll post a link to these as well. I found these to be extremely good. These are best. They're just called, the brand is Best Q5s. So if you just look up Best Q5s, you should be. All right. So next, let's get this guy out of there. That cable comes off entirely. Same deal. Press it on the sides. Now, again, we just want to make sure we haven't exposed any new thermal compound. We have crushed this a little bit, and what we'll do is we will, when the time comes, we're going to just stack everything back up a little bit, just kind of like that. And then once it gets back in underneath where it's actually being compressed, it'll push it back down into the correct shape again. All right, back to our screwdriver. This one here, you need to be extremely careful. 4 screws. 1, 2. Now you see this thing snapped itself up. Just be aware. Also, remember which direction this was facing. You see we have the 2 little plastic clips over there? We got to do that. And that's another side entirely down the line. And yeah, so now that we have time under careful, our cleaning journey is almost complete. The motherboard, not the whole thing, and we're just going to wiggle. This thing keeps zooming out on me. We're going to grab the motherboard, not the whole thing, and we're just going to wiggle until it starts releasing itself, and then it'll come apart. Now, sometimes one or two things will happen. You'll either end up with the thermal compound will end up here, tack just a little isopropyl alcohol. If it is entirely on this side, just give it again. We're going to it supplies give next. There are 2. The APU die. It's getting isopropyl alcohol and something. This is just this is the process we've gone through. Expert level. We'll reassemble this now that everything is basically done. So what we're going to do, zoom back in, I hit the wrong button. We're going to do our patented, I hit the wrong button. And then we'll go over how to actually reassemble this now that everything is basically done. So what we're going to do, zoom back in, I hit the wrong button. We're going to do our patented X, or Xbox. That's why we do it. Only reason. You saw this before. So now we're good to go. Let's start putting this guy back together. Hey, thanks for watching that video. If you like that video, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, hit the subscribe button. And I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/Bradenton PC Repair. If you want to learn more about my services, you can check out BradentonPCRepair.com. And if you have questions when I'm not streaming,
It's going very slowly, because it's a huge game.
in. Goal for this giveaway is to hit 5,000 subscribers on YouTube and 3,000 followers on Twitch. Once we hit those numbers, we will be giving away this PC live on stream. So, how do you enter, you ask? Simple. Subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, and register on the site linked below. And that's it. So how do you enter? Simple. Maybe. It'll be after the gym regardless, but maybe. Stop here. Patented Do they? That's weird. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me today where we did a teardown on this. This thing is going to keep downloading and installing, and we'll see how this thing does. And then tomorrow I'm not going to be here, but I'm probably going to be streaming. I don't know. We'll see. I got a lot of work to do. And then on Friday, we're going to fix my Xbox or send it to Microsoft to get fixed, one or the other. And then we got a couple computers to work on and a PS5 to install a motherboard in. So we got some stuff to do. Thank you guys. We'll see y'all later.